Good morning, good morning. Are we ready for testing? I see something's happening. And here we are. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to my all day live stream for the testing in Bahrain for the 2025 season. I've never done this before, streaming like completely whole day of testing. But yeah, last year Wheel Sports did it, and that was pretty successful. So you know, I'm just gonna do it as well, and see how it goes. At the minute, I'm listening to Bernie Collins and Laura Winter, um, Lawrence Barreto, watching F1 TV. But let's see if it's going to get a little busy today. I hope so. Um, I asked on my live stream on Saturday night if it was a good idea for me to do live streaming today, and most of them said yes. So I'm hoping to see some of those faces in here today. There's the first Mercedes with these fences on the side to get some valuable data. Yeah, they're talking about the temperatures, that it's pretty cold in Bahrain. So, people, if you're coming in and you're watching, can you please say good morning and state where you're from? I'm always interested in yeah, where people are coming from. I'll try to say good morning in your language. And yeah, just want to feel togetherness with the community, which is always fun. Let me see what they're talking about now. Yeah, they're talking about the flexibility of the front wings. That was a bit of a shambles, wasn't it? That Ferrari and Red Bull, they pushed for the changes of these flexi wings, and then the FIA didn't listen, so they started building their own front wings, and then they changed it. All these resources wasted. It's a pity. Mhm. Hello, Vegas. I can't believe you're watching. Isn't it 6 hours earlier in Vegas? Morning, Samantha. Are you working hard or hardly working? Um, so, hey, Vegas, is it 2 o'clock in the morning where you're watching? Ooh, there's Ted Kravitz. Oh, that Visa that Visa Cash App car is beautiful. Well, good morning, Vegas, and mad respect for what you're doing. Well done, Samantha. You can have a cup of tea now. Lewis Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton. Yeah, I was up. I was up at 4 o'clock this morning, RM. So I am a little. But thank you for noticing. Lewis Hamilton. I still think it's such a pity that that logo, that HP logo, is in white and it's so big and prominent. Such a waste. I mean, everything is cool about the Ferrari car, and then Lewis Hamilton's yellow helmet that really sticks out with the 444 on top. But then, yeah, everywhere you look, you see that awful HP logo. Awful. And there's Fred Vasseur, the Joker. Yes. Yeah, today we are going to testing. Yes, we are not going to win today, but that's not important. I've got 11 people watching, but nobody in the chat. Come on, people, say hello in the chat. Kimmy Antonelli. I see all the cars are out with these fences on their cars to get all this data in. Morning, Dennis. Antonelli has a cool helmet as well, with number 12 on top. There's Valtteri Bottas with a big sunglasses on. Liam Lawson. Bedankt, Dennis. Lief. Alex Albon in the garage. Uh, that Williams looks a bit different in daylight. It's actually a bit boring. And Aston Martin looks a bit better. Maybe I was a little mean in the rankings, but doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not expecting much for Aston Martin just yet. Just towards the end of the season, when Adrian Newey has done his magic, I think things will change quite a bit. So that's something I'm expecting. And hopefully it's the last year of Lance Stroll, because he's not bothered. So let's see what's happening now. Oh, Lawson on top. Very nice. Hello, Eddie. Good morning. Where are you watching from? I just realized how much I missed F1. Now that I'm hearing all these sounds and Kentucky. And what time is it there, Eddie? Is it also 6 hours earlier? Same time as in Vegas, or are you in a different time zone? Yuki Tsunoda. I just love that car. And those Hugo Boss signs they're more orange, and they suit his helmet. Wow, Eddie, you're a diehard. Thank you for joining. Love it. Are you a big fan? Watching for long? Have you been to races? Tell me something about yourself. Yeah, the Visa Cash App Racing Bull car is by far the nicest car on track. By far. I love it. Oh dear. So you can't watch it? Okay, well, so far, not much is happening. The 10 cars that are on track, they're all driving around with these fences on the side to do as many to get as much information in as possible. And yeah, this will probably go on for an hour or so. the commentary is those guys are active. They all they're all talking about delivery. So every once in a while, I'll just go to Twitter to see if there's any news. Ready for the first day of testing. First laps for Lewis Hamilton. That's not allowed, Dennis. I'll get kicked off YouTube. So Eddie is saying, I've been a fan since 1999-ish, and I've been to 7 F1 races. Went to the 2006 USGP as I was a huge fan of Juan Pablo Montoya, and I lived 2.5 hours from Indianapolis. That's brilliant, Eddie Congress. Were you there that season when only 6 cars went to the track because of the problems with tires? Let us know. A lot of slow motions of all these cars with these big fences on the side. Now I support Max. Funny story, I wanted to hate Max because his dad robbed JPM of his first win in that race. He made that pass on Schumacher and never forgave him. He can still F himself. Well, there's a lot of people that hate Max's father. So let's not get into that. I've made quite a few videos sticking up for him, but not everybody appreciated that. Vegas and Eddie can meet up. Pit stop for Yuki. And Liam Lawson is out of the car. The F1 crew is talking about Liam Lawson's hair, whether it's bleached or highlighted. These are the things you need to know when you're watching F1 testing. Very important. So how many people have I on now? 7. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Eddie. It was an accident. You know? It just looked weird and it was pretty dangerous as well. that Benetton flew high in the air. And when I see um, when I hear Montoya now, he's always negative in the news. He's one of those negative pundits. Juan Pablo Montoya. He always has spicy takes, which I kind of like because I do the same thing. So let's look at Fernando Alonso here. See, there's people and they're watching a car going down the straight, and they can tell if the car's stable and if it's planted right and if it's a good car or not. I'm not a technical YouTuber, so unless it's really bad, I don't see any difference. So they're talking about being a rookie or not. Now, that's a nice way of explaining it, Eddie. But guys, do you think Liam Lawson is a rookie even though he drove 11 races? David Crofty said that he is a rookie because you're a rookie until you finished a full season. And I agree. Bye, honey. Thank you for working hard. Love you. Bye, girls. That's cool that you met Montoya a couple of times. I've only met one F1 driver or former F1 driver, and that was Jolyon Palmer. Yeah, that Eddie. That's exactly what David Crofty said. No, no, Vegas. That AMR green is it's a bit bland. Like the team at the minute. There's no sparks. Oh, my crack is still sitting at the pit, at the pits for at the pit wall for Aston Martin. But yeah, James Cowell, he's going to be very important together with Adrian Newey. I honestly think next year or the year after, Aston Martin will be winning races. I'm convinced of it. I think Scott Speed has one of the best racer names ever. Hi, my name is Scott Speed. It's like from a Cars movie or something. And another one is Will Power. That's another brilliant name. I think those two names are the best racing names ever. And Max Emilian Verstappen. Eddie, what are RC cars? And now we're looking into the eyes of Oliver Behrman, one of the rookies who's done 3 races last year. Um, that black, red, and white that looks pretty good on the Haas car. What I heard about the Haas is that for the first time ever, they can use the full budget because they have enough sponsors to gathered to to have the 135 million to spend on the car, which is brilliant. I've also heard that sometimes over the winter they couldn't develop everything they needed to, but this season they finished the whole plan, and I think that's a big credit for Ayu Komatsu to do this. Oh, radio controlled cars. That's amazing. David Croft is talking about the structure at Aston Martin. Those triangles of people that talk to each other and lead the way for the rest of the team. It looks solid. Ooh, Ted Kravitz. Something interesting is going on. The aero rig. Ted Kravitz. It's talking about the aero flexibility of Lewis Hamilton's car. The FIA is talking to Ferrari. Oh my god, they're disqualified. No, I'm only joking. Ted Kravitz is talking about how significant it is that these aero flexible wing rules have changed. And he thinks that McLaren's going to be hampered after 8 races when they apply the rules. Let me listen to this. So Ted Kravitz is saying that because Red Bull's concept is not really working with the flexibility that the other cars are using to gain an advantage, Ted Kravitz thinks that Red Bull will have an advantage from the Barcelona Grand Prix when the elasticity is being cut down and the wings need to be stiffer. So I think this might be one of those seasons where we see one team dominating for 8 races and then the other and then the other. And in the meantime, Max will be scoring P3s, P2s, a win here and there, and then when he's dominant, he'll win everything, and he'll win his fifth. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Eddie, the RB21 has been on the track with Liam Lawson. Um, I haven't looked at it that closely to see if the same wings and body was on it. And I haven't heard the boys talking about it either. So, yeah, that's all I can tell you. The McLaren's on the track, but it still has all these gadget on it to um, measure everything. Let's see what's happening on Twitter. Yeah, so I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling Twitter here, but I don't see much news. Vegas says I don't see anything different on Oscar's papaya. No, that looks pretty much the same as well. Yeah. Eddie says Max just needs a good car, not a great car. Doesn't have point stealing teammate like Lando and Charles. Doesn't leave points on track either. I think that's going to be a big thing. The only thing I just keep wondering is why Red Bull with their Honda engines, or yeah, Honda helped engines, still need two more engines than other teams on track. Like Max took a penalty in Belgium and another penalty in Brazil. So that's five engines he needed to see out a season with 24 races. Whereas Mercedes did it with three, I think. Or McLaren. They didn't get any penalties at all for taking more engines. I just don't understand it. Yeah, Eddie, Max is definitely in the head of every other driver. And if you start in P1 and Max starts in P2, then you're going to have to be very focused and right in the head to not lose a position or have a bad start. So there's the Alpine on track with the bubblegum livery. I like it. It sticks out. There's there's all kinds of Flovis on the car. Shall we go through Twitter together?
Space, a bit of leeway, if you like, in their first rookie season. We think it's inevitable that they will make mistakes.
Okay.
But actually, when you're Liam Lawson and you're in a Red Bull, you're much more.
Here's Multiviewer
exposed.
asking for help.
Right under the spotlight.
Do you guys use Multiviewer? I love
If
it.
you're a Bortoletto, you perhaps got just a little bit more room for manoeuvring and
The race. Scott Mitchell-Malm. As expected, it's mostly early evaluation runs with lots of aero rakes fitted, as demonstrated here by Lewis Hamilton in his Ferrari. And there's Bernie Collins for Sky Sports. There's Max and Bortoleto. They know each other well because they're in the same sim racing team. Unraced F1 is also a channel that I really highly recommend if you like older stuff. Pre-season testing is upon us. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton. And here they're talking about whether Liam Lawson is a rookie or not. That's a big topic. Lewis Hamilton, Tomo, Lewis Hamilton. Okay. This looks a bit trippy. And there's me again. Eddie says, I also think RB will bounce back this year, and their new tech director is going to be hellbent to prove he's not an Adrian Newey agent. Charles Leclerc is dozing off. So Eddie, are you very big into Formula One and the technical side, and you know these? Can you tell if a car's good just from looking at it, or like onboard footage, like we're watching now with Jack Doohan? I'm just listening to Natalie Pinkham here. She's telling a story about her kids. But the Alpine doesn't look bad, as far as I can see. Yeah, Natalie Pinkham is talking about how by accident she was on the same beach as Kimi Raikkonen on holiday, and their kids became friends. So that's pretty cool. Okay, there's a Red Bull on track with Liam Lawson. It's nice to see that Red Bull flying by. It's also a bit strange to not see the number 11 on it, because we've seen that for 4 years. I don't even know Liam Lawson's number. Is it 31? No. It's very hard to see what his number is. Oh, no. Yes. Right, so you're not happy with how F1 TV treated Andretti? Oh, F1 TV is FOM. Right, I get it. Hello, Marcel. Good morning. Thank you for joining my stream. Let me guess, you're watching from the Netherlands. Just like me. Yeah, Liam Lawson's racing number is 30. It's Daniel Ricciardo with an O. Yeah, Eddie, I got you. I understand. Really? You're watching from the UK? Lovely. What part of the UK? Vegas, I agree with you, but Alex Jack's voice kind of annoys me, and I'm much more comfortable with Martin Brundle and Crofty, and Sam Collins. He's annoyed me a few times, saying things about Max and Alonso. So, but overall, I really like F1 TV. But for the commentary, I always put it on the Sky feed. Ah, you're from Bristol. Very nice. Well, thank you for joining my stream. If you have any questions, or you want to add something to the discussion, then go right ahead. I love it. Yeah, they're talking about how Jack Doohan is most likely going to be replaced by Colapinto, but they might. Alpine might surprise us and leave him in there for a whole year. They're talking about how Jack Doohan is pretty confident that he'll keep his seat and he loves the pressure. So that's kind of ballsy from him. I like it. Uh, it would be cool if he at least gets to see out the whole season. Right, let's go to the chat. Marshall's from Bristol. Cool. Sky F1 is considered too biased even for British fans. Yeah. But, I make a lot of content about British bias, and I love it when Sky Sports F1 triggers me to write another video. So that's why I have to listen. But as for listening to the voices of Crofty and Brundle, yeah, I prefer them. But that's just a matter of taste. At the minute, I'm listening to Ted Kravitz. I kind of like hating him. Eddie says, my biggest pet peeve with F1 preseason test is the one car per team thing. It's so stupid. They're literally at the track that holds Air 1 in a week, Race 1 in a week, so both cars could be there with no problem. And Vegas says, Mercado Libre is throwing money towards Flavio. Jack is probably not seeing out the season, unfortunately. No, that's what I'm afraid of as well. And Flavio is a businessman, and he always has these dodgy deals. So yeah, he'll pay Jack Doohan his full salary, and he'll put Colapinto in, no problem. Channel 4 did good commentary at Mark Webber and been perfect. Yeah. Yeah, I hear a lot about those days. Do you remember the Mark Webber scream when Lewis Hamilton went straight ahead after pressing the magic button in Baku? Woo! That was funny. I'm back on Twitter here. Yeah, they're all talking about the graphics. That it looks good. I think it looks good as well. The new graphics. It looks pretty clear. Let me see if I can put that up for you. Let me see if I can get this picture up. Okay. See, this is the new graphics. And they're talking about how much they like it. I think it looks pretty clear of all the names in the same color and then the logos with the black background. I think it looks good. It looks decent. Eddie says, I hate Crofty, but I think Brundle is an incredible analyst. And Marshall says, it's 4 months ago. Oh, right. I didn't know Channel 4 did, still did the commentary. Yeah, I think it's they changed the font and yeah, the graphics overall look different. And it's a conversation, so I thought I'd share it. There's Alonso. Doohan still has the fastest time. They're talking about the weather in Bahrain. That is very windy and colder than people expected, which is good because it'll make the information more valid, apparently. In USA, we used to have a great TV crew with David Hobbs, Steve Matchett. They had great chemistry, loved F1. Hobbs was funny, but we've just got the Sky F1 feed the last 10 years or so. And Marshall says, I hope Ben will push for the V10s with sustainable fuel, as he already hinted. Well, Marcel, I think he did that to gain a few more fans, or to do a little bit of damage control because everybody hates him. But at the end of the day, the big manufacturers, they decide what engines they're going to use. And if there's no use for the engines in F1 in day-to-day cars, then the manufacturers will not go ahead with it. And a V10 with sustainable fuel is not the future of road cars, so it's not going to happen. I think the chances are that in a while we'll see hydrogen cars before we see V10s. Because at the Technical University in Delft, in the Netherlands, they've developed a race car with hydrogen fuel. Hydrogen made out of ammoniac. So that's something that I've read. So Alonso is setting a few good laps here. Also looking solid. And just when I said that, he locked up. I love listening to Natalie Pinkham as well. She has a very nice, sexy voice. And now we're looking at Nico Hülkenberg, number 27. I hope for him that the Audi is going to be a little bit better than everybody expected. Alex Brundle. What's he saying? The wind is slow. A headwind. I agree with you, Vegas. Steak has a good looking livery. It pops. Yeah, Alex Brundle is doing a technical talk here. How the cars, after 4 years in these regulations, have started to look an awful lot like each other, with an aggressive wishbone diving into the corners. He also knows his racing. You never made it into F1. I live 20 minutes from The Hague, Eddie, but we say Den Haag, and Haag is in hedge. So I don't know if you still think the name is cool, talking about a hedge. I'm trying to think what I know about Kentucky. I don't think I know any cities in Kentucky. What's the capital of Kentucky? I don't know. I don't want to say the obvious, but the fast food chain. So we've been testing for an hour now, yeah? Okay, let me show you this. We've been testing for an hour. Now, Planet is MCL39. Now, we've done 1 hour of testing. Lewis Hamilton has driven a few laps and then was in the garage again. But according to Sky Media, Lewis Hamilton is already in pole position. And this is what makes me so tired of F1 media.
Yeah, I think Ted was talking about it looking aggressive and obviously them having the momentum from winning the constructors coming into this season, you know, really buoyed by that success and performance of last year. But is there a risk in trying something a bit different?
What else is happening here?
It's massively high risk. Massively high risk. There's a risk for
this guy, the real Troitsky, says, "How is Ted Kravitz still employed by Sky?" Well, that's simple. They love him.
I think it just shows how important, though, the first few races of
And
this series of this season is. I've been listening to you debating the change in the flexi wing, of course, coming in round 9 in Barcelona. Whether they
yep, that's enough Twitter for me for now.
The fact is, they're not.
Okay, Corvettes are building Bowling Green. I assume that's a city in Kentucky. Kentucky Bourbon. Oh yeah. The Kentucky horses. I know because I play Red Dead Redemption, and yeah, there's a lot of Kentucky horses in that. College basketball and Kentucky Fried Chicken. The Kentucky Derby I've heard of as well. But then again, still don't know any cities in Kentucky. I can Google it. Big cities in Kentucky. Owensboro, Hopkinsville, Louisville, Richmond, Florence, Frankfurt. There's a lot of European history in Kentucky. All the names are either French or German. But I'll remember that. Frankfurt. Mm-mm-mm-mm. And we're looking at that beautiful, beautiful Visa Cash App car again with Yuki Tsunoda. They're already comparing times from last year, which is a bit premature, I think. Very nice, Eddie. Although Ohio is a bit of a swear word nowadays with these youngsters. If something is Ohio, it's really weird. I read that, Vegas. He's got a very keen eye, Law VS. And he just made it to 100k subscribers, which is something I madly respect. Because I'm going towards 4k. Let me check something here. Eddie, I did a podcast with him on my channel. And overall, we chat every once in a while. And yeah, we still have an idea in the pipeline to do another podcast with another creator. So yeah, we collaborated and we talk to each other all the time. Another good friend of mine is an American YouTuber called F1 Unchained. Kimi is originally from Serbia, but he's born in Detroit. And yeah, he's probably going to hit 100k this year as well. Now we're looking at the Williams car. Beautiful car. Alex Albon is pushing in a few laps here. Hamilton just set the fastest time, so I think Twitter's going to explode again. Right. Yeah, he does, Eddie. He's very into the technical stuff. I'm going to go to the toilet, guys. I'll be back shortly.
project, and says that he feels honoured that they trust him to be part of that process as well.
Yeah. Just watching Lewis Hamilton making his way through turn 11, highest part of the track now, 12 into 13. He's getting a little bit floaty and a bit loose through the right hander, 85 miles an hour or so, depending on the engine modes and the fuel modes, which I don't know. Said. Back to Williams. Alex Albon put in 11 laps so far. There were times in testing last year that 11 laps was all they were getting. We were going to get for the day.
Yeah.
It was the worst possible test for them. And
well, they've come in underweight. I think that was a big issue for them early on last season, wasn't it? Was just getting it into a level playing field for them to be able to then make developments with the car. Crofty, how long do you push your snooze button in the morning? How long this morning did you push the snooze button for?
I was awake before my alarm this morning, and I was because it's the first day of testing, and I'm really excited. I'm like, let's get out of hibernation. Let's get back to bed.
The reason I ask is Carlos pushes it for 9 minutes.
What's
9 minutes?
What? So he wakes up.
Yeah, the alarm
and
goes
then
and
snoozes
snooze
for 9
for 9
minutes.
minutes. Yeah, that's his routine.
Why did he set his alarm 9 minutes later?
No, I quite like it because you just sort of like coming to and come on, let us know. Do you push the snooze button? Not today, because Crofty and I were up at 5 a.m. ready and raring to go.
Yes. What is the point? And I don't understand this. This is a conversation I have with Mrs. Rock on many occasions, right? What is the point of your alarm going off and you hit the snooze button, you try and go back to sleep again? Why don't you just set it a bit later?
It's nice just lying there.
Well, that's fine.
Coming to. Imagine.
No, just get out of bed. Set the alarm later, have a proper sleep, get out of bed.
I'm back. Made myself some coffee. Oh, hot. Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton. Oh, they're talking about how the transition from Sauber into Audi is not going very smoothly. Let me see, Eddie. You like Wimbo? That's good. F1 Unchained? Yes. I never watched Tactical Rob. Cameron, I pop into his live streams once in a while. Love Yes is a classic. Rocket Power Mohawk, but he doesn't post often enough. And the guys you don't like are Tomo, Matt and Tommy, and Aldas. Yeah. The podcast I recorded with Tomo for Tomo's channel is still on hold. And he's going to see if it holds up when the season starts, or else it's going to be scrapped. So it's a bit disappointing, but yeah. It was good experience, and he's a real professional. He's really good. You're forgetting the race, Eddie. I watch nearly every single video from the race. So Eddie, Vegas, how are you feeling? With it being 3 o'clock in the morning? What time are you guys going to bed? And do you do that more often to stay up all night to watch cars go by? I like your analysis, Eddie. And, that's the beauty about YouTube. You've got like hundreds of channels to choose from. And yeah, if you're not keen on them, then that's fine. I learned to really like Matt and Tommy in the days when they did the WTF podcast with Katie, and I just loved seeing those two with Katie in the middle, and then yeah, every race review I watched from them with my wife. But then yeah, they started on their own, and I never watched WTF1 again, and I only watched like short reels from P1, Tommy and Matt. Is that what you do at night, Vegas? Swapping motors, race and putter in your shop? Okay, Eddie, I'll check him out. I've heard the name plenty of times. We're watching an onboard with Lewis Hamilton. Very nice, Vegas. Getting the Miatas ready. So, what are they going to say about Lewis? Eddie, I think Katie is involved with Quadrant, and she's pursuing all kinds of other racing classes. And I believe it was her choice to not follow the boys, but I'm not sure. They're going on a rant again about how energized Lewis Hamilton looks. Uh, let's double back on this at race 12. See what the narrative is then. I have my doubts. Eddie, do you follow me on Twitter? We need to still organize that then. Yeah, I'm the same, Eddie. I don't like the sound or the looks of the Formula E cars. Yeah, Sir Lewis will get 8. 8 points. Is your name the same on Twitter, Eddie? Let me see if I can find you. Eddie Congress. No, I don't think that's you. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find you. Eddie, just send me a private message so I can add you because I'm only getting sort of Asian accounts with what I just typed in. Hey, there's a lot of smoke coming out of Hamilton's car. Okay, let me see. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Aha. Mm-mm-mm. I added you, Eddie. Marshall says maybe Ferrari again heating up oil like in the past. I thought the engine was going to explode, but it didn't. Anybody on Twitter can, follow me, and if you let me know who you are, then I'll follow back. So at the minute, the Sky Sports people are talking about Lewis Hamilton not feeling backed by Mercedes because they didn't give him a long contract, and that's why he was low in motivation, and that's why he was so bad the last 3 years. Marcel, I'm still organizing it. I really want to take. I really want to take a another F1 YouTuber to Zandvoort. That would be amazing. And depending on how much my channel makes, I really want to go to a faraway race. My dream at the minute is to go to Austin. I've never been in America. So, so to go to Texas, that would be amazing. Austin, Texas. We're looking at Ollie Behrman now from the onboard. It looks a bit bumpy. Crofty says that Lewis Hamilton wasn't all that motivated last year because he knew he was leaving to Ferrari, which I can imagine because I've handed in my notice and had to stay a couple of months at a job 25 years ago, and it was hard. Suzuka is another track that I'd love to go to. And I want to go to Silverstone, although I don't know if I make it home alive. What else? So I've been to Spa, I've been to Austria, and I've been to Zandvoort. Those three I've been to. Austria was amazing too. Austria 2023. Such a party. Okay, that's interesting, Vegas. And why do you think Ollie will be more interesting? Because Kimi has a better car. But Marcel, I think I might just camp there, you know? I'll just rent one of these little tents and then I don't have much to do with traffic if I arrive there on Friday and go home on Sunday. But it's something I need to look at. I feel Silverstone is pretty much the holy grail of Formula One. So it's something I want to experience at least once. Eddie says, my bucket list F1 trip is to go to Europe during one of the 3 races in 3 weeks and hit up something like Zandvoort, Monza, and Silverstone, and then sneak over to Germany to do a lap of the ring. Yeah, that's what I love about these Americans. They don't care about distances. Like, I drove all the way from my house to Euro Disney once, and it took me 5.5 hours. I thought it was amazing that I did that. But you guys probably travel 6 hours in Kentucky, no problem. Or when you're from Vegas, from one end to the other side, it'll take you hours. That was a good cup of coffee. I'm just scrolling Twitter here, but no, nothing new here. Oh, this is kind of interesting. The wheels of the Aston Martin are spinning separately. Let me show you.
Frequently.
Bernie, I also need to ask, now that you're kind of all grown up and, you know, engaged, is this why you're going by Bernadette Collins and not Bernie?
I didn't know
See?
that.
See how that wheel,
Someone else's music
inside wheel, is going the other way?
Let's see.
Anyway.
I'm in trouble, Natalie. That's normally why.
That looks cool.
Come on in, Bernard. What have you got for us?
Bernard's definitely not on the list. So I wanted to bring it down here to the Mercedes car.
Oh, and there was a conversation about Bernie Collins, and she's calling herself Bernadette Collins now. So she's talking about the car in the garage. They discussed it a little bit. What are you on about? She's from Northern Ireland, just like my Samantha. So she is. Aye. Yeah, Bernie's a blushing bride. So she is. Right, I'm going to take this off because it's warm in here. Right, let me see what Marshall said here. All my British friends cancel Silverstone. They also camp and they told prices skyrocket too much. Okay, well, it's better for me. Easier to get tickets. Eddie says it's like a 15-hour drive to Austin for me. I would never drive that though. Anything over 6 hours, I'm flying. And there's Hank. Good morning, Hank. I'll try to keep my language decent this time, because, you know, you weren't keen on my swearing in the last video. Eddie's not very active on Twitter about Formula One. Oh well. Liam Lawson's on track. Morning, Hank. They're talking about the weather. Apparently it's going to rain tomorrow in Bahrain. Bahrain. Oh dear. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I'll be working in the morning, and in the afternoon I have an appointment with my physiotherapist because I have a problem between my shoulder blades and it's going all the way down here. So I will, Hank. I will. So for tomorrow, if it rains, only Aston Martin and Haas have intermediates brought with them. So Oh yeah, and they're talking about Laura Mueller, who's the first female um, engineer. She's going to be talking to Esteban Ocon. Um, Maybe she can calm him down a bit, especially towards his teammates. Hmm. Liam Lawson has set the quickest time on hards. It looks like he's going to be fighting Max all season long because he just set the fastest time on hards. Marshall says it's interesting about F1 pushing for Chinese F1 team. There's billions of money. Somehow they will address pit stop spaces. Well, I think it's a requirement to have 12 pit boxes for every suitable track. I think it's one of the reasons why Zandvoort has quit as well. Not having to do this investment. They're talking about Haas, how they should have been sixth, but it was Alpine that stole so many points in Brazil. That's something that happened, but this year I have Alpine and P9 in my standings. And there's Yuki Tsunoda again. Looking good in that beautiful, beautiful car. I'll keep saying that for as long as I can. Yeah, Eddie, Max is very worried about his teammate. And Marcel, I like Zandvoort. It's like old Monza with its nice curved turn. Yeah. Eddie says, I'm not super high on Liam. He's good, but not in the Charles Lando Georgie Poo speed range. Oh, no. We don't know that yet, but yeah. That's true, Hank. According to the Concord Agreement, there's a maximum of 13 teams. Guys, what do you think about Yuki Tsunoda? A lot of people, I feel, are using Yuki not being promoted to Red Bull as a way to vilify Red Bull Racing for being mean and not giving him a chance. My opinion is that he's a really good midfield driver, great for a team like Haas or Williams or yeah, but not for Red Bull, Mercedes, or Ferrari or McLaren. He's never impressed me that much to be in any of those teams. And every year he gets a chance to prove himself, and every year he's very decent, but no races that stick out massively. Like when Max was driving for Toro Rosso, he scored 2 P4 places. And Yuki's done that once in his first season. But yeah, I don't know. I feel Yuki, as much as I love him, is overrated And the reason why he's overrated is so people can hate on Red Bull for it. Because people love hating on Helmut Marko and how they treat their juniors and whatever, forgetting that there's 7 or 8 Red Bull drivers on the grid right now. And, Frederick Vesti, a Mercedes junior, has never been in F1. Felipe Drugovich, an Aston Martin junior, has never been on the grid. Jack Doohan, as a Alpine junior, is getting his chance now, and before he knows, he's going to be replaced. But at the same time, Red Bull has always got the reputation of being the bad guys when it comes to their drivers. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. Vegas says Yuki is uncommonly lucky still being with Red Bull or Racing Bulls. I think so too. If he was a junior for any other team on the grid, he'd be gone. Hank says MBS is pushing for a Chinese team. The FOM not so much. Eddie says I like Yuki as a character, and he thinks he's one of the 20 best available drivers. But I totally understood Red Bull picking Liam. Yeah, I'm the same. Marshall says, my opinion, why don't they promote Yuki? Why they don't promote Yuki is because he can get a hothead and he will clash with Max, and it will create friction in the team. Well, I think if Yuki had shown more, then they would have put him in the Red Bull and warn him that with any shenanigans, he's out, right? But at the minute, Yuki's not even good enough to take that risk. Eddie says Red Bull literally would be the world's culture for Yuki. He'd be eaten up and spit out. Yeah, I think so too. I think Yuki's I think Yuki's level isn't regarded high enough by the brass. Yeah, that's what I think too. So we're all in agreement over Yuki Tsunoda. Now, mind you, if Liam Lawson crashes too often and he's P8 all the time or lower, and he doesn't make it into Q3 enough, then they still have that option to put him in. And then everybody will be happy, but we don't know for how long. Let me check Twitter here, if there's any more news. So here's Nate Saunders, an English journalist, and he's talking about Ferrari. Okay. Race fans have spotted Flovis on the Red Bull car. That's also interesting. Liam is on top of the timing sheets. Okay. Atlassian Williams supporters, they spotted red Flovis on the blue car. Okay, nothing special on Twitter at the minute. Vegas says Red Bull was cutthroat before Big D passed. And now Red Bull is chaotic with its drivers. I think they gave Checo an awful long time to catch up, knowing what the problems were with the car. But in the end, yeah, The confidence was gone and they needed to let him go. They hoped to get more from Daniel Ricciardo when they put him in the Visa Cash App team. It did attract that big sponsor, so that was okay. But yeah, with those two old drivers being in a junior team or being in the Red Bull team and given a long chance, I don't think that was too chaotic. That was actually quite nice, but it wasn't appreciated. So Hank says Yuki was fast-tracked into Toro Rosso. He wasn't ready yet, and this has cost him dearly. Yeah, that's true. Eddie says Yuki lost me at the Mexican Grand Prix 23 when he'd had a couple of good races and people were starting to talk about him replacing Sergio, and he proceeded to have a horrible weekend, and I think Christian said, nah. And Hank says, I think Max and Yuki as a couple would work like a charm. It would be a master-student relationship, though. Okay, well, maybe we'll find out, you know? It's a long season, and yeah, Liam can mess up as well. So we're looking at the back of the Ferrari car, sparking. And now we're looking at Kimi Antonelli in his number 12. He hasn't binned it yet, so that's good. So, guys, can you tell me, are they doing any type of quali laps in a testing day like this? Like towards the end of the day or something when the circumstances are perfect? Or do they usually leave that for the third day? See, I've never watched testing that closely. Last year, I jumped on the live stream with Jason for Wheel Sports, but then we were chatting so much that we didn't pay attention to the testing at all. Red Bull isn't looking for a master-student pairing. Eddie says, I thought Red Bull botched the second car driver about as bad as you could last year. I understand why they passed on Sainz, even though he'd been a perfect pick. Albon and Gasly. Would have been great. Yeah, well, see, I've heard Max Verstappen say about drivers pairings that the greatest results always came from a number 1 and a 2 driver. And this is probably something that he's learned from Uncle Michael Schumacher. And that's what he wants. And Red Bull obviously want to keep Max, so they're not going to make it difficult by hiring Carlos Sainz, who's been a pest to all of his teammates and been a pest to him at Toro Rosso. And Red Bull have enough problems in the background without Carlos Sainz Sr. and Jos Verstappen Sr. or Jos Verstappen battling it out in the background. So I understand why Carlos Sainz wasn't picked. Yeah, Gasly, he shouted at Adrian Newey, so that relationship is pretty much gone. And Albon, yeah, I personally think that Albon in 2021 with the RB16B would have done a better job than he did with the RB16 in 2020, because the RB20 or in 2020 with the RB16, that car had all kinds of issues that they discovered later, and Max drove around them. Oh dear, Vegas, did you mess up? Did you set yourself back a couple of hours? I don't know what a motor mount is. Alonso set the quickest time on mediums. And it looks like Yuki Tsunoda is going fast. Sorry to hear that, Vegas. Thoughts and prayers. Yeah, I agree, Hank. A few things happened in the background and they didn't want to add any more friction. And to be honest, I think Carlos Sainz is perfect for Williams, a team that's building up and coming up. And if Carlos Sainz scores a P10, then it's like, hey, it's points for Williams. If he scores any higher, then it's like, oh my God, Carlos Sainz is brilliant. But whether if he stayed with Ferrari and he doesn't score a podium in 5-6 races, then they say Ferrari needs to get another teammate for for Charles Leclerc. So I think it's perfect for I think Carlos Sainz is perfect for Williams. And this team building up. Carlos Sainz has knowledge of 4 or 5 different engines. He knows how things work in a lot of different teams. So he's got a lot of valid information. Yeah. Now, I think James Vowles was very lucky to be able to hire him. And I think in the end, it's going to work out for Carlos Sainz. Eddie says, yep, the potential for Sainz Verstappen friction was the deciding factor. Albon and Gasly thought, though, have proven to be solid, keep the car clean, fast, but not too fast. Instead, they hired a rookie. Yeah. I think they hired Liam Lawson because he adapted to DTM very quickly. He adapted to Super Formula cars very quickly. He was very good in Formula 2. So he's a bit of a clean slate with the ability to adapt to different cars. So they put him in this Red Bull car, which is naturally pointy because Max likes that and it's fast. And because he's a clean slate, he'll get used to that type of driving after a few races, and he'll get more out of it than Perez did. That's the theory anyway. That's what I think. But let me know if you don't agree. Tell me to shut up. I don't care. Vegas says it will be interesting if Hadjar outruns Yuki this year. Yeah, I heard today that they call him Hadjar. They call him the mini Prost. Okay, but I've heard a few radios, and I don't think Alain Prost swore over the radio that much. But they're both French. Yeah, I haven't said this in a while, but the Racing Bull cars is so beautiful. I like those wheel rims that Aston Martin has. That's true, Hank. But I don't think Prost was Algerian. Hey, Mihai! Good morning. How are things in Romania? Yeah, exactly, Marcel. Yeah, the Aston Martin car could look classier with a darker, more glossy green. I agree. No, exactly, Mihai. I'm so glad that cars are going vroom vroom again. Love it. And I've been streaming almost for 2 hours now. Good man, Mihai. Just do your thing. Yeah, I saw that Eddie Williams and Sauber going wheel to wheel, but I missed it on track. I was probably maybe I was at the toilet. Let me check Twitter again if there's anything interesting. Ed Straw from the race is talking about the wind. And he says the Sauber is looking questionable. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. There's Kimmy getting into his car. No, nothing fancy happening on Twitter. Eddie, what's happening with Love Yes? Fill me in. Hmm. Yeah, I wondered. I wondered about Love Yes. If you don't get sore coughs standing on like a ledge like that for hours. That's true, Hank. I haven't seen any cars that look wobbly or shitty, or I haven't seen any porpoising because that was the thing 4 years ago. That new phenomenon coming back. Okay, Eddie, and what did he say? Exactly, Mihai. Um, it was the Turkish Grand Prix where they used the Japan livery in 2021. So that's 4 years ago. Do you guys remember that Red Bull livery with the black and blue camouflage? That was an awesome livery. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, Hank, I agree. Um, you can tell that this is the fourth season in the regulation, and the regulations don't have many secrets anymore. So at the minute, we're looking at an Alpine. Jack Doohan on track. So have we got Max this afternoon? Is this the day that they're splitting it up? And then Max all day tomorrow, and and then Friday all day Lewis Lawson. Let me see. Red Bull Max afternoon. Can't find it. Yeah, thanks, Hank. I couldn't find it, but I'm glad I get to be live when Max is driving. Hopefully, he fights with George Russell a bit or something. You know, a little bit of spice. Mihai says Albon's helmet looks like he's auditioning for Alpine. Yeah, there's a lot of pink in there, isn't there? Eddie, I have a confession to make with your question about pre-Max. I started watching F1 in 2015 when Max made his debut. So it's always been Max. And then that first season, I only watched races. And I got interested in it. And then the second season, I started watching TV shows and YouTubers about racing. And then a year later, I started watching practice sessions as well. And I went to Spa. And then gradually, I grew into the big, massive F1 fan I am now. But it all started with Max. But I do have my favorites on the grid. I love Charles Leclerc. I love Lando Norris. I love Carlos Sainz. Alonso. I always liked the Racing Bull duo. Yeah, there's only a few racers that I kind of have question marks about. At the minute, it's George Russell and Lewis Hamilton. George Russell because of the snitching, and at the minute, I think Lewis Hamilton is getting way too much attention. It's not even his own fault. So. No, Eddie. But it's 10 years already. I think that's a long time. I'm not a DTS fan. And I love reading books about Formula One, and I love watching documentaries, and I like F1 channels like Peter Brook and the Mobile Chicane. like the mobile chicane just did a video about US F1 where Peter Windsor sort of diddled the whole F1 community with his team. So my knowledge goes way back from 2015, but it's all from his history and TV shows. Hank says that Antonelli looks good in the Mercedes. That's great. And there's Alonso looking grumpy in the garage. I'm listening to Jolyon Palmer. Jolyon Palmer failed his driving test 3 times. And Lawson just said a purple sector. Oh my lord. Vegas says, I was pirating satellite signals to follow F1 in the day. Can't imagine coming into F1 in 2015. Yeah, well, there's nothing I can do about it, you know? I can't go back in time and start watching in 2001. I was into football and speed skating. Sorry, soccer. Eddie says, I respect every F1 driver, but have my favorites. I root for Max. I like every other for personality reasons, like Lando, Yuki, Carlos. I can't stand Georgie Poo. And Eddie says, and I really enjoy hating on making jokes about billionaire spawns like Lance Stroll. Yeah, Lawson is looking very good in that Red Bull. I agree, Hank. Oh, and at Sky they're talking about Lewis Hamilton again. And Angela, because Lewis Hamilton is reunited with Angela Cullen. So Angela Cullen is the lady that made him a vegan. So and it made his dog a vegan as well. Hey, they're giving the microphone over to Alex Jack. So they're doing a sort of dual commentary. That's all right. Hey, there's Andrew, GTA 5. And he says, I'm from the UK, but I can't stand Hamilton. He's such an embarrassment as a person, and he's only good if he has the best car and packages. Duly noted. What a great way to come into my stream. Eddie says, I actually like George his first year or so with Williams till I learned his personality. He's the guy that will stab you in the back, talk shit behind your back, and shake your hands and smile to your face. Yeah. And he sort of loves the attention a bit too much. Do you remember that when he was sitting in his car like this, and then he went like this? Blue steel. Ooh, Lewis Hamilton's gone wide once. So yeah, we've got Jolyon Palmer and Alex Jacques in the commentary. Guys, you not everybody might know this, but in 2023, I offered Laura Winter a bunch of flowers when she was in Zandvoort because I think she's brilliant, and she accepted, and we were meeting her at a beach place in Zandvoort, and she was there with Will Buxton, Jolyon Palmer, and Alex Jacques. And they said, oh, thank you so much, and sit down. So my wife Samantha and Will Buxton, they were sitting down and we're talking about having army dads and about all kinds of stuff, tattoos. And I was sitting with Jolyon Palmer and Laura Winter. And I had a lovely chat with them. And they're super nice and they know a lot about Formula One. But yeah, that's the story of the first and only Formula One driver I've met. End of story. I think it's time for a poll. Who is worse? Yeah, Vegas, you always get like paddock tickets, don't you? And you've been to loads of big fancy races. That's amazing. Oh, and when I'm asking the question about George Russell and Stroll, I'm talking worse as in personality, not as a driver, because that's obvious. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, but personality wise. Then again, Lance Stroll is always grumpy, which I don't like either. You know, I want to see positive people, happy people. Okay, we're looking at the Williams here with the red Flovis all over the back wing. Wait a minute. Hank, did you mess up the poll? Lance for the win. Finally tops in something. We go to a dozen or so GPs a year since 2000. That's amazing, Vegas. Now, if you come to Zandvoort, you have to let me know because we have to meet up. Last year, I met up with Windmolenjongen, guy from Scotland. That was nice. Yeah, that's the problem, Eddie, with Lance Stroll. He just looks spoiled and bored, while he should be happy and thankful. I feel a sneeze coming up. So, question. Are there people watching my stream but not commenting in my chat? If so, please leave a message in the chat because I want to know who's watching. Because we've got 14 people watching the stream now. That's amazing. Oh. This keeps happening. Is there anybody else that still wants to vote on the poll? Hey, Manji Share. Let me guess. You're from India. But thank you for watching my stream. Yeah, it's definitely a good number, Marcel. And all these views, all day long, they all add, you know? And everybody has to watch an ad before the thing starts, so I might make a few dollars as well. Oh, you're Canadian. Okay. Very nice. I have more Canadians in my community. There's one guy called Slowpad, and he's from Montreal, Quebec. Are you from Quebec as well, by any chance? Or are you from the English-speaking part? No, Vegas. I know you're American, but bigger isn't always better. Sorry. Right, anybody else want to vote on the poll I made? Because I'm going to end it now. I'm going to end it in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, nice. Ontario, I've heard of that. So Lance Stroll and George Russell are as bad as each other. Cool. Okay, I'm going to watch the screen now. We're looking at the very unchanged McLaren livery with the black and papaya. And Piastri is in yellow sectors. Also looks good. So Andrew has a cool story to tell here. F1 driver who I met once was the great Michael Schumacher. He won the race and I got to shake his hand as he went down the cool down room before podium. That's amazing, Andrew. You're a legend. I can talk to my wife on WhatsApp through the computer. Because I got out of work early. I worked from 5 till 7 this morning to get everything organized, and then I left the girls alone. And yeah, just wanted to see if it's going okay. Okay. Andrew is a 30-year fan of F1. That's amazing. I always tend to think if I see games in a username that they're kids, but you know, if I had to name myself after a computer game, I'd call myself Red Dead Redemption 2 because I'm in the middle of that game, which is a Rockstar game as well. I'm at 92% completion, so the storyline is done, and now I just have to find all the gangs and find all the animals and all kinds of stuff. But I'm motivated to get 100%. But let's talk about Formula One. At the minute, it's Albon topping the times. Okay, something happened to Jack Doohan. Oh yeah, he went wide. No problem, Andrew. There's no judgment here. But I take it you're in your 40s as well, then? I'm 47. Hey, Hank. The cars are starting to look a little bit shaky now. Oh, Jolyon Palmer says that the cars are looking good. So. Very good, Andrew. 44. Ted Kravitz. What has he got to say? So far, nothing new about Aston Martin. Oh, they're fixing something by Alonso's feet. They're probably scraping something off that's sticking in his foot or something. I like how these Sky commentators are speaking to the F1 TV commentators. So now it's Ted Kravitz talking to Sam Collins. And something fell off Liam Lawson's car. That was weird. Yeah, he's going into the pits. Marcel, you're lucky that you're watching it with your wife and your neighbors. But no, I'm completely alone. My community are my friends when it comes to watching F1. I did used to watch it downstairs with my wife, and Samantha would be sitting there crocheting, and I would comment to her, and she'd be like, whatever. But since then, I've set up my multi-viewer for F1 upstairs here with my TV on the race, and then my laptop or my computer on other kinds of data. And I've got my phone in my hand to leave Twitter comments, and that's about everything I do. So basically on my own with all my friends on Twitter and my YouTube community. And to be honest, I don't like watching with all the people in the room anymore because they distract me. You know, I've got very important stuff to do when I'm watching F1. So the F1 TV boys are also talking about Lewis Hamilton getting another championship. And, and Hamilton is wobbling again off track. Yeah, Marcel, that's the thing. Um, I have to pay attention to certain things for content creation, and I need to keep my ears on the ground for my community. Um, so I know the next topic. I've got some goals for my YouTube channel. I'm hoping by the end of the year I'm closer to 10K subscribers. That's a nice goal to have. And I want to do bigger collaborations with bigger YouTubers. And I've got an idea for my podcast, which so far hasn't happened yet. But yeah, it takes a lot of time, and yeah, I need to keep focused. So let me see what's happening on Twitter. No, I don't see any new information on Twitter. That's fine. Oh no. Antonelli doing a fast lap. He set the first green sector. He's not doing too bad here. Give me Antonelli. Oh, Eddie, I know who Scarps is, but I'm I'm more interested in the team dynamics and inter-team dynamics and the vibes and the gossip around Formula One, the beef that people have with each other, the political side, and much less about the technical side. So there's no point in me listening to Scarps talk about a Coke bottleneck or shark inlet for an hour because, yeah, I'm going to be honest about it. I don't understand everything, and my interest is not there either. So I know who Scarps is. I know who Albert Fabregas is. I know Sam Collins, Peter Windsor. You name them, I know of them. I'll see bits, but I don't sit down and listen to a lot of technical mumbo jumbo. I often feel that a lot of people that do watch it don't understand it either, but are afraid to admit it. uh, I might have another toilet break here. It's all that coffee I'm drinking. And guess what? I'm getting more coffee. Be right back. You guys just talk to each other, okay?
enough time for Hulkenberg to get out to be debriefing with his engineer. But I've got to say that looking optimistically, it seems to be that Sauber are steady at the moment. I haven't been following the lap times too carefully, but that's sort of a way of surviving and staying sane in Formula One. Don't really follow the testing, at least. Don't follow the lap times. But yeah, just getting out of the car, just seeing what the mechanics are doing. There was some attention to the right-hand side of the floor, the front section of the floor, which some engineers and mechanics have been taking a look at. And Hulkenberg talking to Matthew Binotto at the back of the car, giving his debrief, which there weren't many smiles, Alex. Let's just put it that way. There weren't many smiles. A bit of a rubbing of the head, scratching of the chin. Well, I think we can improve here and there. There have been some upgrades on the personnel front. Let's remember that. I can see the back of Gianpaolo Dall'Ara's head, a man I used to see in the Sauber BMW days. Those of us with a long memory can remember him there and other teams as well. So he's back on the Sauber pit wall, as is Iñaki Rueda, who I think was maybe the man who Ruth Muscadini was actually filling in for.
You're absolutely right.
Ferrari Straches, was it? Gosh, that's the first for everything, Alex. So yes, he was a Ferrari Straches, Iñaki Rueda, left the famous Italian team, but he's now at Sauber as well. So as far as the car, I don't know, maybe Sam, you can pick up on this. Sauber seems an improvement, not a huge one. There's a different front wing on there. The nose looks about the same. They've gone for the overbite side pod entrance. Is he ready? Tail whip. Yeah, the wind has seemed pretty steady. If anything, the temperature has dropped as we've got towards midday here, Bahrain time. It's a bit cooler than it has been for a while. But yeah, it seems solid for Sauber. Obviously, they've got a lot of improvement to find. This is the last garage in the pit lane, which tells its own story. Just the 2 points from last year. I think it was 2 they ended up with, wasn't it? Courtesy of a Porsche Guan Yu. Anyway, so yeah, they've got a lot to find, and they are on the way. But it's been a steady start to testing so far. Sam, what's your impression of the Sauber so far?
Yeah, thanks, Ted. I mean, it's pretty similar to yours. The Sauber is, well, you have to look at Sauber in context because this is the last year of Sauber in Formula One. A little bit sad for a team that first turned up in the early 90s with Mercedes backing, then had the backing of BMW, owned by BMW for quite a few seasons, became very, very competitive. Then has since then sort of wandered around with Ferrari power units, struggled a little bit, never really been back towards the front. But next year they become the Audi Formula One team. And that's really the focus for that team right now. So when I look at that car, and this is one of the teams I haven't actually got, I haven't come back to, but that car looks incredibly similar to the concept from last year. I think that this season for Sauber, it's all about building up to next year becoming Audi. That's what Mattia Binotto is going to be focused on. They're going to lose that Ferrari power unit. They're doing their own transmission. The reason for that is to make sure they can build their own gearboxes when they have that Audi next year. And being last in the Constructors' Championship at the end of last year, it's not the worst thing. Certainly, you certainly wouldn't be too upset about being last in the Constructors' Championship. Win eliminated, yes. But also,
I'm back. I see there's a nice little conversation going on between you guys. I love that. Can't do it all on my own. I just tweeted about you guys from North America, guys. Big respect for pulling an all-nighter to watch testing and me. Much appreciated as well. And new people jumping into this stream, don't be shy. You know, state your name and where you're from, and we can have a chat. Albon still topping the times. Nothing changed there. Atlassian Williams Racing. I've never heard of Atlassian before. That's a good question, Andrew. Max has already said that he won't miss a race to be at the berth. He says, if it happens, it happens. He always has this casual view on things. And with his luck, it'll be in an off weekend. And it'll be just fine. He also doesn't expect to be racing any different when he's a father. And he's kind of a father already because he loves P as his own kid. You can tell. So I didn't work any differently when I started getting kids. Samantha and I have 2 kids. They're teenagers now. 17 and 15. Antonelli went wide in that turn as well. I'm listening to Jolyon Palmer here, talking about how the teams are so close to each other this season that even the worst team can make it into Q2, and that even Nico Hulkenberg can pull it into a top 10 position in a race that a lot happens. And I totally agree with that. Oh, very good, Andrew. But I don't think your son is called Penelope, is he? I guess it's Peter. I'll tell you something about my oldest son. My oldest son was born, and we called her Anne Marie. And then when he was 13, he told us that he was transgender, and now he's transitioning into a man. So my oldest son is a trans man. But it doesn't mean I'm woke or anything. We're very normal about it. So anyway, back to racing. I think this season all teams are going to score points, and I think the Stake F1 team is going to score a little bit under or around 20 points. That's my estimation. All right. His name is Oliver. I bet he's going to support Oliver Behrman then. Hey, somebody went off track. We have a yellow flag. Oh. And it's solved. Oh, that's better, Andrew. We all need to enjoy Max as long as he's still there, which won't be forever. Oliver Behrman is complaining that it's cold. Well, it's only 15 degrees and a lot of cold wind. So the other day I read an article about Oliver Behrman's accent and then Lando Norris' accent as well. These guys are from particular parts of England where they kind of should have a very distinct accent, but they don't. Oliver Behrman, I think he's from Essex, so that's Tomo's accent or Johnny Herbert's accent, and he doesn't have any of it at all. He sounds very posh, and sometimes how he pronounces things, you think he's a foreigner. Do you guys agree? Hey, Andrew, I didn't know you're from Scotland. I lived in Scotland for a bit, in Perth. Worked in a flower shop there. But I had stops in Glasgow, in Edinburgh, and Pitlochry, and Kinross. Yeah, that's about all the places I've seen in Scotland. Hey, there's Brains Matter. G'day, mate. How are things down under? Yeah, it's summer. Thank you, Mihai. But I'll wait until Andrew agrees with me. So, Andrew, I love reading books, right? And one of my favorite writers is Irvin Welsh, the guy who wrote Trainspotting. Um, but when he writes in Scottish, so he doesn't write to, but he writes Tae. And it took a bit of time to get used to when he wrote a Doesn't Matter and stuff like that. But I got used to it and I can read it now. You know Irvin Welsh' niece? Okay, cool. And Brains Matter, yeah, that was the problem I had as well. But you get into the sort of the rhythm, you know? And then he was even able to write down a distinct Glasgow accent, a Ouija accent, and a Leith Edinburgh accent, which was pretty good. Yeah, we all miss Danny Rick, Mihai. Andrew, they're probably famous for the wrong things, right? I had a landlord when I was living in Perth, and his last name was Begbie, and he was skinny, and I whenever I was reading the Train Spotting books or all the prequels and sequels to them, whenever I see Begbie, I see my landlord Begbie. He ripped me off £100, but I left it. Okay, here's a replay from Oscar Piastri. What happened to him? He went wide. Okay. So Andrew, I see you've been gifted a membership. Did you watch all my content for members and did you like it? Brains Matter. I have that livery as my second favorite this year. But yeah, that's taste for you, you know? Yes, Vegas. The Prema duo from last year is putting in a lot of laps learning about the car, which is good. Good man, Andrew. Okay, Brains Matter. It's great to hear that you're creating content again, and hopefully um, it'll reach the audience that you want to reach. Um, hopefully on YouTube as well as on Spotify. Um, so they've done stuff to Lewis Hamilton's car with the screens around it. So they must have changed some significant things. Yeah, hopefully Brains Matter. Um, in your line of content, I wouldn't know how to fix that. You probably need to read. You need to have a look at your competitors in the same niche and see what they do to get many views. But I'm at a loss. Um. So Andrew, you watch every single video I make. That's brilliant. And I hope to see you in live streams more often. It's always Saturday evening that I do them. But you're a fun guy to have in the chat, so keep it up. Liam Lawson is putting a lot of laps in. Thanks, Andrew. Sam Collins is studying the Vlovis on Liam Lawson's car, but he had a wobble. He had a wobble in that turn where everybody wobbles. Liam, don't crash the car like Gasly. They'll hate you. Hello, Hans. Welcome to my stream. I don't think Max was really concerned about the booze. He just didn't want to be there in the first place. And then your name gets called out and 25,000 people go boo. That's just not nice, but no, I don't think he's too bothered. But I made a video about it because it bothered me how when something like this happens to an English driver, all the media jumps on it to criticize the Orange Army or the Spanish supporters or whatever. And now that it's English people at a promotion event, everybody's like, yeah, booing is just part of the sport, and Max doesn't care about it, so why should you care? And that's not fair. So that's why I made the video about it. So I think that answers the question. And there's another new name. Hello, Kiefer Chua. And where are you texting us from? I'm curious. I said Max should stay at Red Bull until 2028. Then what if, let's say, Red Bull is shit at 2026? I think Max will then look at how he and the team can make the car good again. But if it's really hopeless, then he'll think about a move. Then there's always the option to take a year out in 27 and get all his other ambitions out of the way. And then there's an option to go to another team if there's a seat available. And then preferably the fastest team, you know? Like Mercedes with the quickest engine or, yeah, whatever. Hans Evers, you're from Melbourne, but you have a Dutch name. Oh, hey. I remember you. I hope you didn't take offense of what I said. I'm really a nice guy. Now, what I could do, Kiefer, is if you pick out a single race where Sebastian Vettel was treated really poorly, and it's a race with a lot of crashes and a lot of things happening, then I could make a funny race review about it. At the minute, I've stopped making them because, yeah, I have no inspiration to make one again. But I could do it again, you know? Good to hear, Kiefer. And I'll remember your name for the next comment you leave on the next video. So where were you from again, Kiefer? Hey, and now, what time is it in Australia now? In Melbourne? Thank you, Vegas. I don't think anything can offend you. Let me see if there's anything happening at Twitter. Yep, Flovis. And another post from Sky about Lewis Hamilton. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hans, the kids can do your head in, yes, but I have to be honest, and they're much better behaved than I was at their age. So that's a relief. Oh, Liam Lawson is off. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, and straight away a shot of Helmut Marko. Oh. It would be nice if we had Daniel Ricciardo sitting in the garage. Because every time Daniel Ricciardo went bad, they zoomed in on or whenever Perez did something bad, they zoomed in on Liam Lawson. Mm-hmm. Let me see what happened here. Uh, so Sam Collins just says that he clipped the curb a little bit, and that's what sent him spinning. But that's not good if Red Bull's still suffering on curbs. Brains matter. I think you mean Jack. Mick Doohan is his father, but he only raced on two wheels. You would know this as an Australian. Of course, I agree with you, Kiefer. Max Verstappen better than Vettel, and Vettel better than Hamilton. That's music to my ears. Wait, you're talking about Mick Schumacher? Okay. Yeah, so I was right. They're talking about the Alpine livery. I agree. Yeah, I like it too. I agree with you, Jolyon Palmer. The Alpine bubblegum livery is awesome. Yeah, Kiefer, 2017, Ferrari messed up, but I think Mercedes still had a lot of left in the tank, so they let them come close, and then, they turned up the engine a little bit more, and then Lewis Hamilton won anyway. I like how Doohan's helmet is also pink, but a darker shade. But he's looking wobbly. Antonelli's got the quickest time, a 1:31.4. So, people, if there's any more new people watching this stream and you haven't been to my channel before, hello, I'm Wim. I'm from the Netherlands, and I make F1 content. As you can see with the posters in the background, I'm a Max fan. And let me know where you're from in the chat so we can have a chat with you. And also, one thing I want to explain to the rest of the gang. I have this super tanks thing here. I was hoping that my stream would get so busy that I'm starting to miss questions and conversations. And then if somebody really wants to get my attention, they can get my attention by putting in a tiny little super thanks so I will notice it. So, just to making that clear. Kiefer says, even though I am a Vettel fan, I say Max is better than Vettel. Vettel choked 2018, although I say it was 60% Ferrari's fault. It's just Max was good in 2021, 22, and 24 as a title contender. Yeah, I agree. That's a good question, Brains Matter. I actually only know about Max going from Vest to Ver. I don't know any others. I'm just on Twitter here. Here's a guy called Sam Malley, and he says, you guys are going to create a massive divide this year between real tifosi and the British Hamilton fans. Yeah, that's definitely going to happen. And there's a lot of attention for the big moment Liam Lawson had. Makes sense. It's the first kind of exciting thing that happened. Guys, did you guys hear about Callum Nicholas handing in his notice and being an ambassador for Red Bull rather than what is he? A mechanic. I'll miss that big guy. I always love seeing him in the Happy Max videos. Brains Matter. I like Alex Brundle. He's just as good as his father, really. Not at racing, but at talking. Hey, Marcel, you're back. Marcel, I worked in flower shops in Scotland and in England, in Liverpool, and beating around the bush is honestly a British invention. You know, like a Dutchman would say, "No, that's shit. I don't like that idea," but a British person says, "Oh, I love that idea, but why don't we try it this way?" And it's something you have to get used to. And Brains Matter has a nice comment here as well. I'll laugh my head off if Sainz is within 2 or 3 spots of the drivers' championships compared to Hamilton, given the cars they have. Yeah, I'd love it if they're on the same on the same part of the track a lot of times. I mean, Sainz crashed with Albon in Canada, so they could be close, Williams and Ferrari. And Andrew says that the British just jump on the bandwagon as it's the place to be seen. True. Mm-hmm. Brains Matter, I agree with you that Aussies can be direct. Except that the Australians that I met on my travels, they were so careless. They were like, yeah, whatever. And me as a Dutchman from the west of Holland, I could make a fuss out of a lot of things and like, oh, they're charging me a tenner to put my valuables away, and he was like, you know, they're very relaxed, the Australians. Right, so Marcel, you're actually Dutch then, but you live in Bristol? Yeah? Yeah, no worries, mate. Okay, now I'm gonna watch some more racing because I've been looking at the chat all this time. Yuki Tsunoda is out again in his beautiful, beautiful Racing Bull car. Right, Marcel. So you're Czech, Austrian, and you live in with an Italian father, and you live in Bristol. That's very multicultural. I do Vegas, and I'll mention it every time I see one. Let's hope it's fast as well. But we're at this stage of the season where it's like, oh, Stake F1 was so poor last year. I hope they are better. And then it's like Alpine, they were terrible last year except for that race in Brazil. I hope they do better. And then Racing Bulls, they weren't very good last year. I hope they do better. And then Williams with James Vowles and all the plans they have, I hope they do better. And then Aston Martin, with all that money that's being pumped in and all the new stuff they have and a new designer and a new team principal, I hope they do a lot better. And then you go to the top teams and Mercedes, and they've got ambitions, and all these 10 teams, they have massive ambitions. But somebody will be P10 and somebody will be number 1, and there will be a number 5. And some teams will disappoint. Teams that we are hyping up now might be really shit at the end of the season. I just love that. Thank you so much, Hans, for becoming a member. Thank you to my community, and I hope we can have a great time together. Brilliant, Hans. Rotterdam. Well, Hans, my channel is in English. I'm the only Dutch YouTube content creator that makes English content, or F1 content creator. That's the niche I put myself in. And I'm pretty happy about it. Thanks, Hans. And I'm glad you're a member now. Make sure you watch all my members' content as well. There's some funny behind the scenes bits in there. I think so too, Mihai. Hey! There's another new name. Keep you wooing. Keep you wooing. Where are you from? Please introduce yourself. Yes, brains matter, and that's my goal, to be to sort of fight the lopsided British content that's out there, you know. And I have to say, my favorite content creators, they're all English. So they are my examples, but I'm just highlighting different things. Keep you wooing. My favorite team is Red Bull with Max. If you look at my background, you see my posters. I still need to get the Max 4-time world champion poster, but I haven't seen any available yet. Well, brains matter. I don't know much about it either, but I have strong opinions, and I just learned how to edit, which took a couple of years, and I'm still learning. At the minute, I'm trying to improve my thumbnails. Somebody said that they look like 720 HP, and I took that personal. So now I'm doing it with Photoshop, which is an awful app. I hate it, but I'm getting better at it. So I think you can notice in my last, say, 4 or 5 thumbnails that they're looking better than the ones that I did before, because I used to do them on my phone. So, guys from Australia, can you not get F1 TV if you use a VPN? If you set your VPN to the Netherlands and then get an F1 TV subscription, I'm sure if you Google that, you can get it to work. It's cheaper as well. It's only 96 euros. I don't know how many dollars that is. Probably like 100 Australian dollars. I've tried Canva, Mihai, and yeah, it's all online, and yeah, I didn't gel with that either. But I'm getting there with Photoshop, and I think my last couple of thumbnails look really well. You know, the one with Max being blessed and being cursed. You know, the dark and the light colors. I like that one. And um um the one with Bernie Eccleston, that was made with Photoshop. No, I've got NordVPN as well. But then again, I'm in Holland, so I'm allowed to have Ollie Behrman has done 57 laps. So keep you wooing. Are you a content creator yourself as well then? And what kind of content do you create? That's a good question, Kiefer, but I think you know the answer. I think it's ridiculous. Now, I do agree that Max shouldn't swear in interviews, especially an hour after the race when they're doing his race or the podium sitters, like these big press conferences. It's not needed to swear then. But in the car, I think they can say pretty much any swear word except slurs and directed at people. So you remember when he got a 20-second penalty for what he did in Mexico? And he said, haha, stupid idiots, talking about the FIA. I don't think he should do that because that's directed at people giving him penalties, and he shouldn't say that. But, if you swerve out of the way for a car that just appeared on the racing line and you jump and you say, what is this motherfucker doing in the middle of the road? Then I think it's fine because that's adrenaline and it happens. Yeah, well, Vegas, I think I specified pretty well what they should do and what they shouldn't. In the car, adrenaline, it's fine, but no slurs. Like Max called Lance Stroll a Mongol a while, like 8-9 years ago. Now you shouldn't do that either. Well, brains matter. I agree with you that it's the TV director's discretion, and FOM really seems to like these bleeped out messages. I've seen race previews where they show all kinds of incidents happening with the bleeped radios to advertise the next race. And then the FIA is giving penalties for swearing. I'm not going to read that out, Hans. You're naughty. I'm honest, Kiefer. And he's only human. Everybody makes mistakes. I'll tell you something else. I've had discussions in my comment section of certain videos, and then I sleep on it, and the next day I'm thinking, I shouldn't have said that, and then I remove the comment. So, I'm the same. No, Andrew, his name is Strulovich. RPM taught me that. What's happening on Twitter? Race Fast just showed a bit of video of a front wing deflecting of a Red Bull car. Of course. Yeah, not much happening on Twitter. Hmm. Um, keep you wooing. I still call it Twitter as well, just to be different. I'm just a traditionalist. And you know that the twitter.com handle still works as well. So maybe when that changes, I'll change how I pronounce Twitter. And we're looking at Yuki Tsunoda again. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. In his beautiful Racing Bulls livery. Absolute cinema. Yeah, that's true, Brains Matter. I'm 1 minute behind you, and he's still driving around as being in the pits. Tsunoda. So, guys, are you all going to be back after the break? I think they're going to quit at 12 o'clock Dutch time. And then, what time are they coming back? Yeah, the second session is at 1 o'clock. So, I get an hour to lie down. Great, Mihai. I love it. I'm enjoying this live stream. It's a pity I can't do it tomorrow, but like I said, I have to work in the morning, and then in the afternoon I have a physiotherapist appointment. And on Friday, I'm pushing to be home by 12 o'clock so I can stream at 1 o'clock, right? Yeah, Max will be on this afternoon, Hans. So at 1 o'clock, it'll be Max in the car. And then tomorrow, it's the whole day Liam Lawson. And Friday, it's the whole day Max. That makes sense, Brains Matter. You need your sleep. Ollie Behrman has a high number with 87. I wonder why he picked that. So keep viewing. Where are you from? What part of the world is it early in the morning now? uh, yeah, Hans. I don't know I don't know how else to pronounce it. And Evers, they probably say Evers, but there's a radio DJ called Edwin Evers, and that's what I think of when I read your name. Keep viewing is very secretive about the location she's from. You know what I noticed about Australians? I don't know if they all do it, but some of them end every sentence they do on a question mark. I was like, yeah, we're watching the testing. Right, I'm getting questions from the wife. Vegas, no, Samantha had some questions about how to finish the morning. Certain flowers were being bought, and yeah, she wanted to know where it should be put and stuff. Brains Matter says, Wimbo, there's a sketch about Aussie comedian Adam Hills about that exact phenomenon. Yeah, it's something I noticed. Australians, they have a lot of dirty jokes as well. And I remember one of a guy phoning the doctor saying, like, my wife, I can't sleep with my wife because she's got a lot of herpes on her fanny. And then the doctor goes, oh, bugger. And then the guy goes, hey, good idea. Send her into the kitchen, Brains Matter. How dare you roll your eyes? I'm just looking at Piastri here. Looks slow. McLaren looks slow. Just kidding. Oh, go ahead, brains matter. I'm not that fussy, so go ahead. One of the funniest Australian movies I've ever seen is the one about what do you call that criminal? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this film about Mark Chopper Reed, and he's from Tasmania, and he's a criminal that rips off other criminals. And Mark Chopper Reed, he's so funny. What's the difference between Catholic priest and acne? Yeah, Mark Chopper Reed. Hey, Brains Matter, you never gave us the clue or the end of the joke. That's terrible. I'm not going to read that out. Oh, this is so funny. Somebody's been scratching on the graphic card of Sam Collins to test it, and now it showed up on the live feed. It's it's not there, Brains Matter. Keep viewing. I have a Twitch account. That was in the time when I lost my channel for 14 days or 17 days without any good reason. And I thought, yeah, if I lose my YouTube channel, then I might as well go on Twitch. And then I got my YouTube channel back, and I never looked at it again. But I don't know. Maybe I will someday. But for now, my full focus is on YouTube. I do dunk my videos, the ones that don't go so well. I dunk them on TikTok, but that's just so nobody else takes my name. That's the only reason why I'm on TikTok. So Oscar Piastri is still putting in the laps, I see. Yeah, brains matter. I didn't show up the second time either. But there are certain keywords that I've blocked as well in my settings. So maybe you need to use alternative words. It works with a rabbit as well, Hans. But if we're doing limericks, then I have one. There once was a man from Mauritius. No, there once was a man from Mauritius who said that last peep was delicious. But the next time I'll come, it'll be in your bum because that scab on your peep looks suspicious. McLaren is not going for fastest times at all. Just data. I love how I tell a joke or do a limerick, and then a minute later I'm getting the reactions because YouTube's always a minute behind. Kiefer, no, I can't stream tomorrow, and then Friday after work in the morning as well, and then the afternoon session. Hopefully at 1 o'clock I'll be present again because I'm having fun here. You know, the whole time I had between 7 and 14 and 15 watchers, viewers. So that's fine. Brains matter. Maybe you should text me it on Blue Sky. I'll have a look at it. Mm-hmm. Max is waiting in the garage. Hey, Brains Matter, I can see it. That's an awful joke. Hans, I can't believe it either. I should have 50k subscribers by now already, don't I? Tell your friends. No, Brains Matter and I had contact on Blue Sky before. So, 7 minutes left of this first session. Very nice. I'm just looking at Piastri here. Just silently doing his laps. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. The big discussion is about Alpine having 3 top drivers there. That's interesting. Sorry, Brains Matter. I thought it was fun. Thank you so much for joining us, Vegas. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you in an hour. But if you stay in bed for a couple hours longer, then I won't judge you. Brains Matter, I've never heard that. Come on, Aussie, come on. And cricket? Never watched it. I know what it is, but I don't get the rules. I always think they make up the rules as they go along. Hey, Polish Eddie. More people from the US. No problem, Eddie. Except that in 5 minutes I'll be out of here, but I'll be back in an hour for the second half of the testing today. And we're going to see Max in action. I didn't even know the Dutch had a cricket team. Hell yeah. I'm watching a Lewis Hamilton lap. Looking good on the straight. But that's usually not where the problems are. And we're on board. They're praising Lewis Hamilton for his great session at testing this morning. And he's wobbly. Is Charles Leclerc driving this afternoon? Guys, I'm going to start a new stream when this one's finished. So keep an eye on that. Because I'm not going to leave it running for an hour when there's no action on track. Guan Yu Zhou, reserve driver for Ferrari. That's the third time I see Hamilton going wide at that turn. Mm-hmm. Oh, Antonelli off the road as well. Hans, do you mean for the attention that his teammate is getting? When you say Leclerc will be feeling this year like Carlos did last year? I'm expecting a big divide in the Ferrari team, with people siding on the number 16 side and people siding on the 44 side. And it's something I'm looking forward to. See you later, Hank. Thank you for joining. Brains matter. It's more than likely that Leclerc's going to be stronger. It would really surprise me if it was otherwise. Kimi Antonelli is trying to test the limits there with a massive braking late moment. See you later, Brains Matter. Hopefully. Hans, I don't think Leclerc will ever leave Ferrari. He'll just see out the 2 seasons that Lewis Hamilton is there, and then he'll get another teammate, maybe a Ferrari Junior. I'm gonna log off too, guys. It's after 12 o'clock, but I'll be back for my second live stream at 1 o'clock. Take care now. Doei doei.